This comprehensive AWS Cognito course covers everything from user pools and identity pools to OAuth 2.0 workflows and JWT authentication. Master integration with popular frameworks like React and Node.js, while implementing role-based access control and securing APIs with Cognito Authorizers. Gain practical experience through hands-on exercises, including building a secure file sharing application using AWS Cognito S3 and React. Rishi Kumar Tiwari developed this course.
Hello everyone, welcome to course on AWS Cognito. In this course, we will see what is AWS Cognito and what are user pools and identity pools. Then we will go through what are different ways to use Cognito, like what is OAuth protocol and how to use Cognito with it. Then we will see how to use Cognito SDK and how SDK works at API level. And then we will also see how to integrate user pools and Cognito identity pools with third-party providers like Google. So let's get started. And at the end of course, after learning user pool and identity pool, we will utilize Cognito and S3 bucket with IAM roles to create this project named ShareMyFile, where user can sign in using Cognito or Google, and then user can upload some file and protect it by some password. So suppose I put this file here and protect it by password name, password 123, and once file is uploaded, then I can share my file with anyone, even if they are not authenticated. Only I had to share my email and the password that I used to protect the files. So this is my email, and the password is whatever password I give plus its extension, and this is in incognito window, so this user is not logged in, but they will still be able to download the file. Cognito is customer identity and access management service, means it is used to handle identity and access management for end users of your mobile or web application. And Cognito have two kinds of offering: user pool and identity pool. So user pool is like a collection of all users of your application, and it is used to add secure authentication and authorization mechanism to your application. On another hand, identity pool, it is used to grant temporary access to AWS resources to your end users. Now, there is another service from AWS called AWS IAM, which stands for Identity and Access Management. And both IAM and Cognito have kind of overlapping functionalities which cause confusion. So let's see what is the difference. So both IAM and Cognito are useful for identity and access management, but IAM is more focused on controlling access to AWS resources. So IAM have two kind of entities called IAM users and IAM roles. And here our concern is that which IAM entity can access what AWS resource to what extent. So suppose there is IAM user, then we can define that it can access some S3 bucket, and there it can put and get the objects, but it can't delete the object. However, with Cognito, our focus is more on the end users of application. So like carrying out things like authentication and authorization of user, if user is valid or not, and if user is not registered and registered a user, so login and sign up functionality. Also with AWS Cognito Identity Pool, we can bridge our end users to AWS resources with the help of IAM roles, so that we will see later in the same slide. For now, let's see the example. So here, suppose I have this AWS account and I want to access services like Lambda and S3. Then I will use IAM user with console access and necessary permissions to build and create or delete these services in AWS console. So this is the functionality of IAM user. Now, suppose there is a service, let's say Lambda, and it wants to talk to DynamoDB in my AWS account. For this purpose, I will use IAM role. So IAM role is also like user, but it can be assumed by some service. Like I can this Lambda can assume this IAM role, and this role will contain necessary policy documents or that policy will contain necessary permissions that it is what actions it's allowed to do with this DynamoDB. And coming to Cognito, as we discussed, it's focused more on the end user. So suppose we have EC2 instance and it is hosting a web server, and some random user is asking for the list of to-dos. So when it comes, when request comes to our server, here our purpose is to check if this user is valid, and if user is valid, if user is not valid, then send them to login page or registration page, and then get information regarding user, like what is user ID, and use this user ID to get to-dos for this user from database. So this is the functionality of Userpool, mainly authentication and authorization. Now imagine scenario, like we already discussed, that Cognito can also be used in combination with IAM. So imagine scenario where end user wants to get something from S3 bucket directly, or in simple words, it wants access to S3 bucket. So what we can do? So for this purpose, we use Cognito identity pools. So coming here, we saw that we have user pools and identity pools. So we are talking about second service from AWS Cognito, and in identity pool, what happens is that we can give temporary access to AWS resources to users, and this user can be random guest user, means an unauthenticated user, or we can use Google as identity provider, or Facebook as identity provider, or even we can use Cognito user pool as identity provider. So this will be the flow. Suppose if user wants to get something from S3, so they will not directly call S3 and try to fetch the objects. What they will do, they will first go to the identity provider like Google, Facebook, or Cognito user pool, or even they can skip this step, but then generally for guest users we define less permissions as compared to the authenticated users. So first they will go to identity provider, and then they will receive necessary OAuth tokens, and then they will go to this Cognito identity pool, and then they will show the identity pool that I have this token, and identity pool will be already configured with these providers, and then identity pool will recognize that yeah, this token is valid, so it will use AWS SPA service to assume the role for some specific period of time, and then for that the role it is assumed, it will create credentials, and then those credentials it will give back to user, and we will see this in detail how these credentials are created. But for now, if you want to see, these credentials look something like this. So here we can see that these credentials are returned by identity pool. It contains access ID, expiration time, secret key, and session token. So ID pool will return these credentials back to user, and then these credentials will be used by this user to make API call to S3 bucket, and then S3 bucket will return the necessary object response if the credential which is passed to S3 is valid. So these were the difference between IAM and Cognito, and also we saw difference between user pool and ID pool. To summarize, user pool is for authentication and authorization. ID pool is to get temporary access to AWS resources with the help of STS and IAM, and IAM is to control access to our AWS resources. Now in this section, let's go and explore different features offered by user pool. In later sections, we will see how we can integrate user pool with our application. So I'm inside Cognito dashboard and I have selected user pool. Here we can see user pools are directories of federated and local user profiles. Here federated user refer to the user which are signed in through third-party providers like Facebook or Google, and local user profiles are referring to the users which are created inside the user pool of Cognito, and they provide authentication options for users. So something we have already discussed. Now I will go ahead and click on this create user pool button, and here it's asking us to select application type. For now I will select single page application. Depending on which application type select, it will create that kind of client for us. And another thing, we will come to these options later and understand significance. For now, let's keep single page application, and under sign in option I will select email required for sign in, and attributes for sign up I will select let's select email, and maybe select name also. And return URL, this is something related to OAuth 2 protocol. So for now I will just enter localhost 3000. We will see its significance also at later stages. I will hit create button, and here it's showing me instruction to integrate user pool with my application, with my single page application, means React or Angular or JavaScript application. But since we are not interested in integration right now, we want to explore user pool settings. So I will just go to overview section, and here we have user pool details. So here we can see we have this user pool got created, and since it's just some random name, let's rename it to my first user pool, and it got renamed. Another important things to have a look is user pool ID, and this is the URL which is used to verify the tokens issued by user pool at time of login. Since at time of creation of user pool, we selected application type as single page application. That's why here it created one client for our user pool, and this client is public client because we selected a single page application. If we have selected traditional app or machine to machine app, then here it would have created private client, and each user pool can have one or more than that clients, and functionality of these clients is to interact with user pool. So we use these clients to interact with the user pool. So if I go inside client details, I can see client name and client ID, and this is something which we will use inside our application to interact with this user pool, this client ID. And here we have quick setup guide, which we will ignore for now. Here under login pages, we can see URL for Cognito managed login UI, and it is the newer version of something called Cognito hosted UI. So earlier Cognito used to offer Cognito hosted UI for authentication and creation of user. Now they have revamped it and created this managed login UI, and we can see settings here. These are OAuth specific settings, so let's not touch them for now. I will click on view login page, and this is the login page where we can log in if user is created. But if I come back here under user management, I can see that I do not have any user, so I can't log in. First, let's go and create one user. I will copy my email, paste it here under name. Since we configured to ask for name during sign up, it's asking. Under password, let's enter something secure. We will just click on sign up and save. So now after clicking on save, it took me here to confirm account page, and it will send me verification OTP on the mail which I provided, and here I got OTP, and the format of this OTP is also configurable. So if I go here under message templates, under verification messages, I can configure email, and even if I want link, that also I can configure. So instead of sending OTP like this, you might have seen some websites send link which we can click and account will be verified. So that option also we can do, but for now let's continue with this feature only. I will copy paste code here, and it successfully logged me in. Here it's giving me authorization code, and it's following OAuth 2 protocol. That's why it redirected me here with this code. Later I can use this code to receive necessary tokens when we integrate with application. But for now, let's go back to Cognito settings and go back to users. If I click on this refresh, here we have new user now, and I will go to details of user. Here this is the user ID. It's also called sub, and this detail will also appear inside the tokens which we will receive after login. And here we can see account is confirmed, means email is configured, email is confirmed, and here we can see MFA multi-factor authentication is inactive, and this user is currently not member of any group. So another important feature of Userpool is groups. Groups, as name suggests, it can be used to group several users into a group. So we can have admin group, moderator group, those kind of groups. So here I will go and create admin group with default settings. Here we have group. If I go back to user, and now I can add my user to admin group, and here it's part of admin group. Here we are doing this in the UI, but in actual application, these things we do through API calls or through SDK. Now since my user is part of this admin group, this detail will be present in the tokens which are issued by Cognito, and based on that those details we can decide what kind of privilege we want for this user. So now let's explore some other options. Here if I go under email, so whatever email which we received, this verification code, since we are using Cognito, we can have maximum 50 such emails in one day. As our application is scale up and we get more users, we need to use something called SES, simple email service, but for now let's keep it default. And we can specify password policy, how many minimum character we want, what difficulty we want, and this is passkey specific configuration. So this option is available under sign in, and under sign in we have option for choice sign in, and here if I edit, I have this type of option available. So I can get so instead of entering password, I can get magic link. You might have used that feature, magic link, where I entered email in the login page, and instead of inserting password, I will receive OTP in my email, and that OTP will be sufficient to log me in. And another option which we can configure is SMS OTP. Also we can configure passkeys. So let's try to log in with email OTP. I will go back to client, login page, and login, view login page. I will sign in, and let's click next. Here it directly sent me this login link, login OTP. So here it says your authentication code is this. I can enter authentication code, but if I want, I can try another way, and I have two options available now. One is password and one is email one-time password. So let's see if it will work. It's not working. It will send me new OTP now. Here. Because I navigated one step back, that's why it sent me again. And it logged me in successfully. We got the code here. One important thing is that since this user is created and after that we configured passkey, that's why it's not available for us. But since we have enabled passkey here now, and now if I create some new user, then passkey option will be available for that. So let's go ahead and create it. So I will go again to app client, login pages, view login. Or instead of creating new user, I will just let's delete this user and disable user access, delete user. Now let's recreate same user. Password is entered. Let's sign up. Again, it will send me OTP. So here, after successful sign up, it's asking me to add passkey, and I can add passkey and use it from next time. So these we saw these options which are part of passwordless sign-in, and we have multi-factor authentication also. So let's see this also. I will select authenticator apps as EMFA, fail to update EMFA, source error. Only password can be enabled as multi-factor authentication if EMFA is required. Okay, let's see this option. It worked. I remember this option used to work. Okay, so since I under sign in, I have enabled email OTP. That's why it's not allowing me. So I will disable email, and then with password I can enable. Probably I have to disable passkey also. Now if I try to make MFA as requirement, yeah, it's working. Now let's repeat steps again. I will go to login page. I will try to log in. I will enter this, password is entered, and here after logging it's asking me to set up EMFA for me, so I can use either Microsoft or Google Authenticator app to set up EMFA for my users. So these were the sign-in settings which we can configure. Sign up settings. Here we can adjust attributes. Another important option which I wanted to show is the social and external providers. So we can configure these options, and we will configure in upcoming section, but for now let's just see. We can configure Facebook, Google, Amazon. We will see how to configure Google at later stages. leave. Another important option is extensions, and this extension is useful to interrupt the flow of Cognito. So for example, some user is signing up, they are creating their account, and we want to disallow or not allow certain kind of emails, like we do not want to allow hello@example.com. We want to allow only @gmail.com. So what we can do, we can set up pre-trigger lambda function. Before sign up, we can set up pre-sign up lambda trigger. So before sign up, this lambda will be triggered, and it will check email, whatever email we have entered, and if that email is not in the desired format, we can give the error, and user have to enter new email. Similarly, we can also send welcome message to either user after successful sign up. So these are the lambda functions available, and these are the points available where we can attach our lambda function as extension. So yeah, these are the options available which we can explore. And the last thing, not the last, but yeah, domain, we can also attach our own domain. By default, it's a Cognito domain, which is used for login purpose. So if we see our login UI, it's something like this. If we want to have our own domain name here, we can set up that also. And message templates we already saw. Under managed login, managed login style, we can change the style of the UI which we are seeing. So like we can use these settings to change how this screen appear here. We can change this background and text and these colors and all that. So this was the complete overview of Userpool. Now we will see how we can integrate Userpool with our applications. So to integrate with our application, there are two ways to do. One is the OAuth way, and another is a SDK way. So we will start with OAuth way in the next section. After that, we will see how to do using SDK. As I mentioned, there are two ways to use Cognito in your application, OAuth and SDK. So before starting with OAuth, let's understand why we need OAuth and what is the workflow in OAuth. And also we will understand what are different OAuth grant types, and then we will go in detail what is JWT, what are JWT tokens, and how they are used with OAuth workflow. So why we need OAuth? So traditionally, this is how we used to do authentication. Here we have this user, and this is user's browser. Let's call it client. So if a client wants something from server, let's say example.com, then first client will pass username and password to the server, and server will validate. And if it's valid, then server will create a session token, store the session token in database, and return that session token back to the client. And client will store it in its own storage, maybe in cookie. And from second time, if a client make call to server again, like if client make API call to get list of to-dos, it will also makes you to pass session token. And when session token arrives in the backend, it will just check its database that session token is present or not, and corresponding to that session token, what are values there. Like if it's e-commerce site, there might be some items that are added there in cart. So those details will be mapped as part of session token, and if session token is valid, then necessary response are returned to the client, which is user's browser. Now imagine a bit complex scenario where I want to store my to-dos in my Google Calendar and schedule on certain date. So in that scenario, what I can do is that I can pass my Google password to this web server, and trust it that it will create calendar events on my behalf, and also I need to trust that it will forget about my details once it's done. But there are many websites on internet, and we can't trust all websites. So our traditional flow of user password and session token is not a good idea to use in this scenario. So to deal with scenario like this, we can do in this way. What we can do, we can instead of passing Google details to web server, what we can do, we can initiate request to save to Google Calendar, and that third party website or example.com can ask us to go to google.com and bring something that can be utilized to talk to Google Calendar APIs, and it can redirect us to google.com. Then we go to google.com and ask Google to take our username and password, and in return give us something which have limited time validity and can be used to talk to resource server or Google's APIs, in this case Google Calendar API. So Google will return JWT tokens, access and ID token, and then these tokens can be passed to web server, and then web server can use that same token to talk to google.com regarding calendar, and once calendar events are created, it can just let the client know that event is successfully created. What benefit here is that we are actually never passing our Google's username and password to this third party example.com web server. Actual authentication is always happening at google.com. Also, whatever details we are passing this JWT token to example.com, they have limited time validation. So after some time, this token will expire and Google will no more accept them. So once our task is done, this token will expire after a certain period of time. Also, in future, if google.com wants to enhance its security and implement multi-factor authentication, it can implement here. And the example or workaround that we saw here is simplified version of OAuth. Now let's go down here and see OAuth workflow in detail with proper terminologies and examples. So in OAuth 2.0, we have these four important entities: resource owner, which is us, user, and client. So client is the entity which will interact with authorization server, and authorization server is the entity which will perform verification, and resource server is the entity that needs to be secured. So in this case, authorization server is Cognito, because Cognito login UI is going to perform the authentication process, and resource server will be API of our application. And client can be public client or private client, depending on from where we are interacting with authorization server. If we are interacting using front end, it's called public client, because it do not have client secret, and it can be React or Angular or plain JavaScript website. However, if we are interacting using backend like Go, Node.js, then we have client secret also, and that's why we call it private client. In OAuth, grant types are the workflows that we are going to follow to carry out the authentication process. So these are the four type of grant types that are available in Cognito: authorization code, implicit flow, client credential, and refresh token. We will start with authorization code, and here we have flow chart for authorization code grant type. So what happens here is that client, which is our let's suppose client is React application, then it will initiate authorization request and redirect to authorization server, which is Cognito managed login UI. And in that UI, resource owner or user will enter the credentials, username and password. After successfully entering correct username and password, authorization server will return back to the callback URL with authorization code in the URL. So if we have specified localhost 3000 as callback URL, after successful login, we will be redirected back to localhost 3000 with authorization code, and then that authorization code can be used as that authorization code we can use to get access and ID token by again talking back to the token endpoint of authorization server. And once we have this JWT token, we can use these tokens to talk to resource server, which is API of our application. Let's go to Cognito dashboard and see this flow in action. So I will go to the user pool that we created in previous sections. It's my first user pool, and we created one public client also for our user pool, and I will use same client for demo. I will click on login page, and it took me to the this Cognito managed login UI, and here by default it's authorization code flow. And how we know that it is using authorization code workflow or grant type is that here we can see in URL we can see that we have client ID, which is if I go here, we can see this starting with 7H and ending with 6D. So same client ID is here, and also response type here we see is code, and this is actually grant type as authorization code. So if we want to use grant type as authorization code, we use response type as code. And now I will go ahead and proceed with login. I will enter password and user that we have created, and after that it will redirect me to this callback URL with authorization code parameter here. Now if I go back to Cognito settings, I can see under login UI section I have specified localhost 3000. I can specify whatever URL I want, and also the code which I got here, it have limited validity of only 3 minutes, which I have specified here. Also the tokens that I will receive, access token, ID token and refresh tokens, these are the validities for those token. We can increase or reduce here. So now I have ID token. Let's use I have authorization code. Let's use this code to get access and ID token. So here I have created this repo where I will list down all the commands that we will use, and I have added command to get tokens using token endpoint. Here I will paste the command and replace here replace the values. So looks like here I will correct it later, but for now I will just replace that domain here. So here it should be like we are posting to this Cognito domain, and after this domain we should add /auth to /token, and then in the body this is the header, and in the body we want to add authorization grant type as authorization code, and client ID I can get from here under my client ID. This thing we have seen in URL also, and redirect URI. So redirect URI either I can get from here or from there also, but I will take from here, and update redirect URI here. Last thing we need is authorization code. So here we have authorization code. Authorization code, and done. Now what I can do, I can copy this curl command as it is and use git bash to paste and get the tokens here, but I'm giving the commands in form of curl so that you can easily modify and use it. Also if you want you can use Postman and do the actual API calls here. So I will use that curl command which I created and paste it here, and it's imported here. So we can see this is the URL, this is the body, and here we have all details. Let's hit before 3 minutes, otherwise it will not work after that. Here we go. We got ID token, access token, and refresh token. We will go to detail for these tokens. For now, let's just assume that these tokens are valid and we can use them. Now, if I try to hit same URL second time, it's not working anymore because the code which is here, we have used it already. So this was authorization code grant type, and it is a recommended way to do. Now we have one more grant type which is called as implicit flow, and implicit flow is no more recommended to use. Earlier it was recommended to use for front-end applications like React. And what is difference between OAuth, this grant type, authorization code grant type, and implicit grant type is that in implicit grant type, once we enter the credential, instead of returning authorization code, all the tokens are returned directly in the URL as part of callback URL. So let's see its demo also. I will go back to my Cognito pool, and here under login pages, and I will go to pool, client, and client, then login pages. Under login pages, I need to edit it, and here I will allow implicit grant. Here we can see we have three type of grant. Authorization code is enabled by default. Client, implicit client credential, and implicit client we can enable if required. So I will enable implicit grant and save it. Now I will go to login page, and it's coming. But problem here is that by default it had not taken token response type as implicit, and response type for implicit workflow is token. So if we pass token here, then it will automatically become implicit grant type, and that workflow will happen. And this process is similar for all the other Cognito like products which follow OAuth protocol. So I will hit the URL, and then I will log in with my details, and it will take me to callback URL page with all the details in the browser URL. So here we see that instead of getting the token authorization code and using token endpoint to get access and ID token, with implicit flow we got all the details as part of this login flow itself. One important thing to mention here is that for me it worked directly, but if you try to do on your own, it's possible that after you save implicit grant and then you try to open the login page and change response type to token, page might give you 400 error for some time. So wait for 5 minutes and retry again, it will work. So I have faced this problem several times. Similarly, if you change callback URL, then also you might face this issue. So just wait for 5 minutes and then retry. Now we are done with authorization code and implicit flow. Another is refresh token, which we are not going to see as example, but I will just explain what happens in refresh token grant flow. So here we see that with access token we get refresh token as well. Okay, here it's not here because as part of implicit we get only ID and access token, but as part of authorization code we get a refresh token as well, and that refresh token can be used to get access and ID token again after expiry. So if I see here in Cognito UI, we can see that access token and ID token generally have very less expiry as compared to refresh token. So suppose I requested tokens from token endpoint using authorization code, and my tokens got expired after 60 minutes. So till 5 days, what I can do, instead of doing login again, I can just use this refresh token and keep getting these fresh access and ID token. Also, this refresh token will not be renewed it will expire after 5 days. So after 5 days, I have to log in again. So benefit of this refresh token is kind of silent login. Instead of taking user to Cognito page again and again and asking them to log in, we can just do the login silently in the background. Another is client credential. So client credential is bit different. It's allowed only with private clients, and client credential workflow is used when there is no actual client or user interaction is involved. When application itself want to access its own secure APIs, then client credential workflow is invoked. Generally, we can use it as part of test cases. Suppose we are running test case in our server and we want to call some secure APIs, then we can use client credential workflow, and it's also called machine to machine tokens. And to see its workflow, you can search Cognito OAuth and you will get this link, how to use OAuth in Cognito. And here we have again workflow for all type of grant types. Here I will just quickly show client credential grant type. So here we can see there is no much workflow involved. We just pass our credential to Cognito, and Cognito will simply return access token, and it happens generally at backend side only. So these were Cognito supported OAuth 2.0 grant types or workflows. But now we will mainly focus on authorization code grant type and refresh token grant type for integration with our application. Talking about authorization code grant type, Cognito recommends several more security features on top of authorization code grant type, which are PKCE and state parameter. So this is the workflow for with PKCE and state parameter. So state parameter is used to prevent CSRF attacks, cross-site request forgery, and its purpose is to ensure that request received by client in callback URL is result of request initiated by it. Means in callback URL, if we are receiving some request with authorization code, this state parameter helps us to make sure that it was indeed initiated by client only. Means some random third party have not given the link and that link is being used. Another important thing is PKCE, which stands for proof key for code exchange, and it helps to ensure that same entity is creating authorization code, and same entity is using that authorization code to get JWT tokens from token endpoint, and it is helpful to prevent stealing of authorization code. So if PKCE is implemented there and someone steals your authorization code, then also they can't use it. How? We will see in the workflow. So state variable and PKCE. So state variable is just some random string which we generate, and PKCE is made up of two elements. First we generate some random value and call it code verifier, and then we create hash of that random value and call it code challenge. And then we, after creating these two values, totally these three values, state value and two PKCE values, we start the authorization code grant type workflow. So what happens is that client initiates request to authorization server, but this time here if we see the URL in the login page, we are passing client ID, redirect URI, scopes, and response type. Apart from this parameter, we also add state and code challenge parameter and load Cognito UI with those parameter, and then we enter our username and password in that UI. After login, when Cognito or authorization server send back to the login page, send back to the callback URL, at that time we check that the state value which we passed is same or not. If it match, then we proceed, else we abort at this point, because we are not aware of this state, means we have not started this request. If we are aware of this state, then since we have created, we will be aware. Now suppose the state value matched, then what will we do? When we call token endpoint, like we called here using this postman. So when we call token endpoint, we make sure to put code verifier here. Now what will happen here is that since this authorization code is created with this code challenge, it will recognize this code verifier, and if it do not recognize, then tokens will not be returned. However, if it recognize this code verifier, then only then it will return JWT tokens, and then we can use for API calls. And if you want to read more about PKCE, it's available under same document, and here authorization code grant with PKCE, and here is the workflow, so you can go through it also once. And to see its demo, we are going to use it in the next step with React application. So when we integrate Cognito with single page application, that is React application, we will see this PKCE and state parameter in action. But before starting that, let's understand what are JWT tokens and what are this ID and access token. So JWT token is made up of three things. JWT token is first just random string. Here if I see, we got this ID token, and it's from here to here. So JWT token, as we can see, it's just random string, but it is made up of three parts separated by this dot here, and one more dot will be somewhere in between here. It is made up of three elements. Also, I forgot to mention both ID token and refresh token are JWT. So that's why we are using this ID token to understand JWT. So here we can see it's made up of three parts, and first part is called header, this part is called payload, and this part is called signature. As we can see here also, first is header, payload, and signature. Before we go and visualize JWT on jwt.io, let's understand how JWT is actually made. So suppose we have some JSON data that we want to convert into JWT. What we will do, we will use either symmetric or asymmetric keys and use data plus key to create a signature. And the JSON data which we have, we will convert that, we will encode that data in base 64, and also we create a header which contains information regarding the key. And then once we have header, signature, and payload, we just join them using this dot, and we have JWT token as a result. So what we can do, we can go to jwt.io, and here we can see it already given us some default JWT value here, and we can see that this is the header, and it contains information algorithm, which algorithm is used. It's used HS 256. It is symmetric key, and symmetric key means same key is used to create signature and verify signature. And this is the payload, this is the actual JSON data, and here it is, its name and IAT means at what time this JSON was created, and this is the signature. And this signature can be verified using the key which was used to create this signature. So we can see here that our actual data is never hidden. Even as part of JWT, it is available for everyone to see. The only benefit of JWT here is that this signature verify the integrity of payload, that this payload has not been altered. And also here this jwt.io have new version also. So if you visit this site later, probably UI might look something like this. And also here we saw that the payload is nothing, is just actual data encoded in base 64. So what we can do is I can copy this data here and inspect it. I can go to console, JavaScript console, and I can run A2B function and paste my payload here. It's failing here because it's expecting me to paste a string. So I added quotes, and here we can see the actual value. So nothing is hidden, nothing is encrypted here. It's just signature which is useful here. Similarly, this part is also just base 64 encoded value. So here also I can do A to B, put it here, and here we can see the data. Now let's see how JWT can be used for authentication purpose. Before that, we will once again recall the session based login which we discussed earlier. So what we discussed is that user enters username and password, it goes to database, it verifies, and if it's valid, it creates session token and stores in database, and then returns session token to user's browser and stores in cookie or some storage. And from next time, same session token goes to web server, and if this session token matches with session token in database, then request is considered as valid and response is returned. And this session token has some expiry time. After that, session token is deleted from database and user have to log in again. Or if user lost session token from their browser, then also they have to log in again. Now with JWT based authentication, the flow is something like this. User enters username and password, and web server verifies the password and create JWT key. It can use either symmetric or asymmetric key to create JWT. Like Cognito uses asymmetric key, and sometimes in Node.js, if you are using your own authentication mechanism, you can use only symmetric key also. So JWT is created and returned to the browser and stored in the browser. After that, from second time when call happens, we just validate the JWT using the key, and if JWT is valid and it is not expired, then we return the data. Now what is important here is that we can see in both pictures. In this one we can see that we need database to store the session token. Here we do not need any kind of database to store the session token. So if we are using microservice based architecture, there every microservice will come and talk to this database and ask that if the session token is valid or not. But here its authentication is stateless and decentralized. Any microservice can take this token and verify that if it have the key, it can easily verify that this token is valid or not. So this is JWT based authentication, or difference between session based authentication and JWT based authentication. Now let's see how JWT based authentication is used in OAuth flow with Cognito. So here what happens is that first user makes call under different kind of workflows. We already saw that when user tries to log in, it is redirected to Cognito login UI, also called authorization server UI. So it is redirected there, and then user logs in inside Cognito UI, and Cognito uses its private key. It uses asymmetric encryption, so it uses its private key to create a JWT token and then return that JWT token to the browser, user's browser, and that token is stored in user browser's cookie. and from next time when user wants to call to my application API, so suppose it wants list of to-dos, then it will pass that JWT token which it got from Cognito, and that token will arrive at my backend. But here my backend have no key or any way to verify that token. So what it will do, in under OAuth protocol, it authorization server always exposes one endpoint that provides public key for verification of JWT issued by this server. So in this case, Cognito will also expose one endpoint where it will provide public key for JWT verification. So my server will call that URL and keep that key in advance, and then use that key for verification of JWT. If JWT is valid, then it will send the necessary data. To see how where we can find that public key in Cognito, so I will go to overview of Userpool, and here we can see token signing URL key. I will click on the link, and here we can see these are the keys. So I guess first one might be for ID token and second one might be for access token, and both are using RSA encryption, RSA 256 encryption for creating the JWT token. So now at this stage, if I go back here, we are done with introduction of OAuth 2.0 flow. We know why we need OAuth. We understand what is OAuth. We understand what is JWT token, different grant types, and how to use JWT token with OAuth. One thing that we forgot to discuss is regarding ID token and access token. So we saw that after doing logging with Cognito Userpool, we get ID token and access token, and with authorization code flow refresh token also. So refresh token is not JWT, but ID token and access token are JWT, and this access token is issued as part of OAuth 2.0 protocol. As part of OAuth 2.0 protocol, access token may or may not be JWT, but with Cognito it will always be in JWT format. And this ID token is issued as part of OpenID Connect. OpenID Connect is a protocol built on top of OAuth 2.0, and this token contains information regarding user, like what is user profile URL, or what is email and username, and it is generally intended to be used by application or like React application to show username and other details. And this access token is generally intended to use by APIs. So it contains details like scopes and probably group also, Cognito. So we can use those details. Let's quickly create a token and see if it contains, if access token contains a scope also or not. So I will go to if access token contains group name or not. So here I have user, this user, and I have group. Okay, so I will quickly go and I will add this user to part of group. It's added. Now I will for doing it quickly, I will change response type as tokens, so I do not need to do extra call. Sign in, and here I got tokens. Here I have ID token, and here I have access token. From here to all the way till here. Now let's see this fresh token. here. Let's see if we have group information. Yeah, Cognito group information is present in access token, and also we have other details. Other important detail is this expiry date, when it is going to expire, and also issuer, which entity have issued it. So these are important details in access token. And also let's again see ID token. I guess ID token also have group information. Yeah, it also have group information here. Now what I wanted to explain is that according to convention, ID token is used intended to be used by application, and APIs should use access token. But with Cognito, that line is kind of blurred. In Cognito, at multiple places we use just ID token only. For example, with API gateway, according to convention, it looks like since API gateway is API, we will use access token, but no, there also we use ID token. So yeah, that's what I wanted to tell. Now we are done. We are all done with OAuth. Now let's come to the implementation part. We are done with this small stuff here. Now what we are going to do, first we will see how to use OAuth flow with Cognito and React frontend, and there is no backend. Then we will see how to do it in traditional backend, like there is Node.js backend or Django backend, which is returning a server-side rendered HTML. PHP also comes in this category. Then we will see how to do Cognito and OAuth with something like React, which is hosted in S3 bucket, and Node.js backend, which is running in EC2 instance, let's say, and how we can use Cognito there. So in next section, we will start with this one. Let's start Cognito OAuth flow integration with React single page application without backend. So let's go to Cognito and create a new user pool, and application type we want public client with single page application. For sign in, this email, and for sign up also we want email. For callback URL, let's enter localhost. So localhost 5173 and create. Here it's giving us some code. Before that, let's go and create React application. So I will use Vite to create it. And we need React JavaScript application. Let's start the installation. Till that, here Cognito is asking us to install these two libraries, ODIC client TS and React ODIC context. So ODIC client TS is the actual library which is going to do all work of creating URL and exchange of token with authorization code. React OIDC context is just a wrapper on top of this library to make it easier to use with React applications, and it provides context like this. It uses context API to provide context, and in application we can use it, and it will provide context if it's if application is authenticated or not. So let's install these two dependencies also. And regarding the workflow which we are going to follow is this one, PKCE with authorization code workflow, and this library will handle all this PKCE creation and state parameter creation that we will see soon. Let's update our code. So I will copy paste these configurations in our main.js. It might be index.js also, but for Vite it's main.js, yes, and I guess I root. So configurations are pasted. We imported the provider and let's use it. Now in app.js, I will use I will wipe out default code and use Cognito code as it is. Here also we have to update some minor things. So log out URL we have to update. Let's keep it same. I will keep same as callback URL, and whatever value we put here, we need to update in code also, update in Cognito also. So we have copied all the code provided by Cognito. Let's go to overview and client section. This is the client which got created with Userpool. Let's go to login, and under login page setting, we need to add that domain as sign out URL also, similar to sign in or callback URL. Another thing we want is Cognito domain name. So this is a domain name. We need to provide it here. And apart from that, rest all is already configured. Let's start our application. So it's started at 5173 port. Let's open and inspect it. Looks like there is some error. React DOM is not defined. Okay. Looks like in main.js create root. Okay. We have imported it as React create root, and some minor, the way we are importing that's different. Now it will work. Yeah, now it's loading. So if I see the code, to go through it once again, in main.jsx we are having all configuration. We are passing all this configuration to React ODIC context, and all this configuration will at the end go to this library, which is ODIC client TS, and it will handle everything in the background. After that, in app.jsx, we have imported use this context, and this auth context will provide if app is in loading stage, if there is error, if authenticated, then we will show ID and access token, and if it's not authenticated, then we will show sign in and sign out button, and on click of sign in, it will call auth.signin redirect function, which will create URL and create state and PKCE parameters, and start the authentication process with Cognito hosted UI. So let's see it in action. Here we have a sign in button. I will click on it, and before that, let's quickly recall the flow. What was flow? With authorization, code grant, and PKCE. So flow is that before even starting the authentication process, we generate two things: state parameter and PKCE parameter. PKCE is made up of two things: verifier, and hash of verifier is called challenge. So during authentication, we pass state and this challenge to authorization page of Cognito. After that, during when authorization code is returned to callback URL, we verify state, and when we call token endpoint, then token endpoint verifies code verifier or PKCE value. So let's see it here. When I will click on it, sign in button, it will create these values. And here in the URL, we can see we have code challenge, and we should also have here state. If I go here in app client, and if I try to open this UI directly, we will not see these values. So that's something which is done by that library. And now you might be wondering, we passed code challenge and challenge and state parameter here, but what about code verifier parameter? Because we created in that context, and now we are inside this Cognito page, so complete redirection happened. So there is no chance that it will survive. So what happens is that just before redirection, that library stores code verifier as part of local storage. So here we can see it's stored, and after sign in, when it will go back to callback page, while doing that token call, this code verifier will be used. So right now, since this is new user pool, there is no account. Let's create it. I will open Gmail and enter password and sign up. Now I need OTP, so it's here. And we are logged in. So if I see network call here, this callback URL loaded with code and state parameter, and then after whole client is loaded, it made this token call, and in this token call, it used code verifier from local state, and client ID obviously we have configured. Code is also part of URL parameter, so these values were sent to token endpoint of Cognito, and as a response we got ID, access and refresh token. And here also we are showing the value. Now where it is stored is, if I go to storage in Chrome, it will be application and then session storage, and here it's in Firefox, it's storage and session storage. So it's same thing, just different UI for different browsers. So here if we see in local storage, first let's see that code verifier thing is removed, and in session storage new data is created which contains access token, refresh token and ID token. Now what else this library handles is that we know that access token and ID token have a small amount of validity period as compared to refresh token. So what this library will do, it will as soon as this access token expiry is over, it will use this refresh token to get new pair of access and ID token, but refresh token will be same, and we will keep using same refresh token till this expiry, and once it's expired, then user need to log in again. So that's the flow with single page application, and it's not necessary to use only these two libraries I'm using, because the Cognito example gave us these two libraries. We can implement this flow by our own, or if there is some other library available, that also can be used, but with all libraries flow will be almost same. Now let's move on to another part, using Cognito OAuth flow with traditional application, where server returns rendered HTML. For example, PHP application or Node.js application with EJS engine. So we are going to use Node.js. I will close it and go to user pool, create user pool. And this time we will choose traditional web application, and when we choose traditional web application, we will get client secret also, means it will be private client. Rest all I will keep same. Email, this time server will run on localhost 3000, so localhost 3000, and create Node.js. So here only I will minimize this, stop React, and go back. I will create a directory named, let's call it backend, and here we need package.json, and paste content of package.json. So copy and paste. It's asking it, in package.json we have dependency as EJS, Express session, and OpenID client. Here also, as we can see, OpenID client is going to be the library which will coordinate OAuth flow. I will go to this backend library, backend folder, and start installation of dependencies. All dependencies are installed. Now let's go to next step. Oh, this is the code which we want to use, and it already have all values apart from client secret that we will copy at the end. Let's create not inside Node.js, in backend folder. Let's create server.js and paste the first part. So what it's doing is that it's initializing the client with all the values for Cognito, and then it's configuring session middleware. Here we want to put some secret which will be used to create the session, and this is function that will check if the API call which is coming is authenticated or not, and then home route is configured, which will load content from I guess home folder, and login route. What login route is doing is that it's creating two things, nouns and state, and these things are passed to create authorization URL, and then client is redirected to authorization URL, something similar to last time in front end also. And then this part is dedicated for getting that token using authorization code. So here this is the endpoint, and okay, so I guess I should have kept it /token. Better, we will modify it also. So let's copy first. So what will happen? For now here token is missing, but let's imagine token is here. So once the /token is hit, it will get these parameters, and it will get parameters, and then it will call this client.callback function, which will pass all this state, nouns, and this parameter will contain code also, the authorization code. This will be passed, and then as part of token set, we will get ID access and refresh token that will be used to create session. Let's copy paste it. Here I will add token set client callback. I guess I need to add /token here and here, and maybe at top also. Yeah, redirect URI is here also /token, and also I need to fix it in Cognito. Okay, here we have logout route also. Let's use it. So logout route will generally delete the session, and here it needs domain, so it will delete the session and force us to log in again. And this is the view part, so it will go somewhere under views home.js. So inside backend folder, let's create views folder, views, and under views we will create home.html, EJS, home.EJS, and here. So here we can see it's not HTML or JavaScript. It's kind of template where we have these variables, and when server will pass this variable and render HTML before returning. So home.EJS is done, and also we need to set engine as EJS in server.js. before doing something, I will quickly go to client and modify the callback URL, else I will forget it later. Now all is done. Let's make it listen on port number 3000 and let's start it. So I will use node mod so that it detects if I make some change and quickly restart server, and server started successfully. Localhost 3000, and here we have Amazon Cognito pool demo, and since it's not logged in this EJS, this variable is false. That's why we are seeing this part. Once it's authenticated, we will see this part. So I will click on login, and that login route will be called. It will redirect me to login page of Cognito. Let's do it. It redirected. Now I will create user. So it's Cognito. I will pass my email. Okay, looks like it's signing page. I will create account. I will pass email, password, and sign up. Now email, confirm account. After account confirmation, it sent to /token pay a token route localhost 3000 /token with code and state parameter, and after that I guess let's see what happened here. It sent this response, and let's see what is here in logs. We have some error here. What is error? Invalid client. Okay, now why it's saying invalid client? Because here we have not updated client value. Let's update it. Because it's private client, we must use this client secret. One more thing that is pending to update is in logout route, it need a domain name of our Cognito user pool. So this part, I will go to domains, copy domain, and update it here. It restarted. Let's try to log in again. This time it will not ask me password because in Cognito page cookies are already there. So it will directly do the login and send me back in this page for token exchange. Here, token exchange. So first it authorized, since first this authorized call happened, and it should be here somewhere, I think. Yeah, watch /authorize with these parameters it happened. And since Cognito UI already have cookie, it just sent me to this callback URL with code and state, and then this token route inside my backend got triggered, and this one, and then it used state and code parameter with nouns and state, and this call happened, and now we are seeing the result here. Also, if I hit login, if I hit logout, here I am seeing this error because logout URL I have not configured, and that's why it's showing error. So I have to configure logout URL also in Userpool, and then it might work. Let's do it. log out, login pages, edit, same login logout URL, and here I need to update this logout URL. Let's token. Let's keep it localhost 3000 only. And here also let's keep it localhost 3000 only. Now let's see. I will go back to localhost 3000, refresh it. It's asking me to log in. It took me here. Let's enter details, and login worked. Log out. Probably it will not work because, as I mentioned earlier, also in this new UI, after making some changes, it takes at least 5 minutes. So maybe because of that, it's not working. Now let's discuss what something regarding session. So if I go to storage, cookies here, now this is the session that is being created. Now what is flow here is that we hit the login, user is sent to the login page, and when user comes back to callback URL with valid authorization code, token exchange happens in the background, and at the same time what we are doing, we are using that access token to create session for us. So here we are not doing actual verification of token, we are creating session, and from next time for all routes what we are checking, from next time we are checking in this check out function, we are just checking if session is present and session contains user info, then it's authenticated. So it's kind of hybrid, where for login we are utilizing OAuth workflow, but for next time authentication we are still relying on session based mechanism. And the library, the middleware which we are using is session middleware of NodeJS or Express.js, which is not recommended for production. So if we go to documentation, so session middleware Express. So here, since this session middleware by default uses memory, that's why it's not compatible for production environment. It's not purposefully designed for production environment. For small projects or POC, it's fine. But if you want to use it in production with lots of users, then you need to use some session store to store your tokens. For example, you can use DynamoDB, you can use Elasticsearch, Redis, and so on. Here you have full list of databases, key value stores that we can use. At the bottom somewhere there is list. Here we have MongoDB and ConnectPG simple, I guess, PostgreSQL. So this is the one problem. And another problem with this example which is provided here is that it's using old version of OpenID client, which is not a big issue, because in later this code might be updated in the Cognito example, so that's fine. But not to worry, in next example, when we will use React with Express.js backend, then we will see how to do JWT verification and JWT access token verification, and also we will use a new version of this library. So things will be sorted out in next example. For now, let's go back and see if login page, which was not working, is working or not. So if I hit login, and it will ask me email and password. So login worked, and logout, yeah, now logout is working properly. It takes some time if we update these URLs. After some time it works. Login, yeah, it's working. Even cookies in Cognito page got deleted because that call happened. If I show again, here when I hit logout, this call happens to Cognito with parameter logout, means with logout URI, and parameter as client ID and path as logout. So this is it for traditional backend implementation with Cognito. Now let's see this third category where we will see how to use Cognito OAuth flow with React single page application on S3 bucket and Node.js on backend or any Node.js on EC2 or any other kind of server. Workflow for this will be something like this. Here our React application is hosted on S3 bucket and Node.js is hosted on EC2, and this are basically same EC2 server. And here we have Cognito Userpool. So what will happen when we click login button on React application, API call will happen to Node.js server, and Node.js server will return a proper URL to where to go, and that URL will be the URL of Cognito managed login page. Then redirection will happen from React to Cognito login page, and their authentication will be done by Cognito. Upon successful authentication, again Cognito will redirect to callback URL, which will be the URL of React client. And in this callback URL, as usual, it will pass authorization code and state parameter. Then React will call token endpoint of node application with authorization code and state parameter. And also if there is PKCE, then it will already be stored in cookie. Then Node.js will use PKCE state parameter, and when we say PKCE, we are talking about code verifier. So Node.js will use code verifier, state parameter, and client secret with authorization code to call token endpoint of Cognito, and then Cognito will return JWT tokens to Node.js, and Node.js will return back to the client, maybe in form of cookie. So this is the flow, and code for this is for this setup can be found in GitHub under Cognito course repo, and folder name is 3 SPA React SPA backend Node.js. Let's run this setup locally. So in our local setup, localhost 5173 will be equivalent to S3 bucket, and this Cognito this Node.js will be equal to localhost 3000. So I will just copy paste code like Lego blocks, and we will understand parallelly. But before that, let's go to user pools and create new user pool. This time we will choose traditional app, means private client with client secret. We need email and email for login and sign up. And here we need callback URL. So callback URL will be URL of client where it will be where Cognito will redirect. So it will be S3 URL, but S3 or CloudFront URL. But in this case, I will pass React. So localhost 5173 slash, I will create auth route. So it will go to localhost 5173 auth, and let's create it. We will ignore this code and go to here. I will rename it to, let's call React plus this. Now let's go to the VS Code and create new folder. Let's call it React with Node.js, and inside this I will create two folders, frontend, or let's not create frontend, let's create backend folder, and I will go to cd. Okay, I'm inside wrong folder, so cd react, and here I will create a new React application. So let's call it frontend. We need React. While it's installing, let's go here and under main.js, I will copy the code and update it. So it's almost same, but now I have added React router DOM. I need to install it as well. VMI. Okay. So I'm using React router DOM and created two routes, home route and auth route for callback URL. And now I need to create this new component, which is auth.jsx. And for auth.jsx, let's make changes in app.jsx. So app.jsx, I will go and copy. So this is app.jsx. What we have here is we have this API URL which we will create, and then we have one state where we will store data, and in rendering we are showing one section and two buttons. So on click of fetch to do button, we will call to dos, and if we get 401, then we will show here that user is not authorized. So what we are doing, if we get some to do, we are updating the state, else we are updating this state with this message. And on click of login, we are calling this login function, and this login function will fetch the login URL from Node.js. If we see flow chart, this step, it will fetch the login URL, and after that it will redirect to that URL. Now we need env file, so .env, and what is name of variable? It's white API URL. So API URL in our case is http localhost 3000, which is API, which is URL of our Node.js server. And also here in all the API calls which we are making in the fetch, we are making sure to add credentials as true. So with the API calls, whatever cookies are there, they will also go, because we are making cross origin call from one host to another host. That's why normally cookies go automatically as part of header, but if we are making cross origin call, then we have to add this extra configuration or parameter here in fetch. Now let's add code in auth.js. So auth.js will do that token fetching part. It will call Node.js with authorization code and try to fetch the tokens. So here we have one use effect hook, and in this use effect hook, we are reading from search bar, we are reading code and state parameters, and then we are with localhost 3000, we are appending token, we are appending code as authorization code and state as state, and here also we are saying credentials as include. And after making this call, if response is successful, then we are redirecting to login page, and from backend side we will make sure that cookies for ID and access token are stored in the browser. For front end, this is it. It's done. Let's run it and see if it's working properly. So npm run dev. here. If I go to network, I do login call. Here in response, it should be 401. Okay, it should not be 401 because right now backend is not running, so it will do nothing. But we are seeing something here. And auth route, if we go here, it will show authenticating, but calls will not be successful. Now let's start. For frontend we are done. Let's go to backend and make changes there. So I will create one more terminal and go to React folder and then backend. And here, first thing we will do is that npm init, or better, I will copy package.json from the GitHub and we will do npmi. So it will install all dependencies also. In backend, package.json and paste it. So dependencies which we are using is cookie parser, cause cookie parser to pass the cookies. For we will pass access token, id token and refresh token. Also we will use signed cookies to pass PKCE code verifier and state value. And express web server, JSON web token we will use for JSON web token, JWT token verification and to decode it. And OpenID client is for construction of URL and calling token endpoint, similar to last example which traditional web application, but this time we are using latest version of OpenID client. Let's do npm I. For that, let's save it and do npm I till all libraries are getting installed. Let's create server.js, which will be our main entry point. And in server.js, I will first import all, even before starting with server.js, I will create env file. So .env, and for this .env file, in GitHub it's called .env.example. I have to update these values. So to sign cookies, to create signed cookies, we need some random string as password for signed cookies. Region, it's AP South 1. For you, it might be different. Cognito user pool ID. So the new Cognito user pool that we created, this is user pool ID, and I will update here. Client ID, the private client which got created. Here we have client ID and client secret. So here we have client secret. I will delete all these user pools after this demo, so it's fine, but these values should not be shared with anyone. And Cognito callback URL, so this should be the callback URL of frontend, I mean S3 bucket. Done. Now let's go back to server.js and copy code for it. Yes. So what we are doing here is, first we are importing environment variables using .env, and then we are importing these dependencies, express, cookie parser, cause, and client from OpenID client. And here we are initializing the server, and as part of initialize server, we are just passing Cognito specific details like client ID, client secret, server URL, and also then we are calling client.discovery to create the config. And another thing which we are doing is that we are fetching the PEM key, we are fetching the JWKS key to verify the access token. To this point we will come at the end, but for now this part is important to understand that we are initializing the OpenID client, and once it's done, then we are also using cause plugin to cause extension to allow our this localhost 5173, that is React client. And credentials. Here I have set credentials allow as true, otherwise it will not work in front end. Whatever we have done, that will not work. So after that, we are using cookie parser middleware, and it will take care of reading cookies. And also we are using this cookie secret, which we will use for creating signed cookies. After that, we have mainly 1, 2, and 3 routes, and then start of the server on port 3000. So login and token routes are unauthenticated, and to-dos route is authenticated. That part we will handle as part of auth middleware, middleware, and that I will create. So it's auth middleware.js, and here's what we are doing is that we are creating exclude auth URL to URL which we do not want any authentication to happen, because login and token are we can't access them if we make them authenticated. And then we are checking if this set have this request dot path, then call next, and it will basically bypass this middleware. Else we will check validity of access token, and if it's valid, then we will bypass to next route, that is to whatever routes to do, and if we want more routes, it will come here. Else we will just send, if token is not valid, if we will send unauthenticated. And this part, this signing key and verified JWT, we will come later. Let's see login code for login route and token route. So we know that login route creates authorizer endpoint and sends back to client. So what we are doing here, even before starting creating the route, we are creating PKCE variables, which is code verifier. So first we created code verifier, and then calculated its hash and called it code challenge, and then we created one more random value and called it state. Now as part of parameter, we are passing this code challenge, and challenge method is s256 and state, and also we are passing a redirect URI, which is if I see redirect URI, which is this one, or wait, Cognito callback URI. Yeah, redirect URI is Cognito callback URI, which is this one. Now after having all parameters, we have already initiated config at init server function. So what we can do, we can call client.build authorizer URL and pass these parameters, and it will create a big URL out of that, big object with URL and all those details, code, search, all parameters. So out of that we took href parameter from that object, and then we will return it as JSON. And if I see in front end, what we are doing for login, we are taking that data.cognito login URL and just changing the window URL there. Apart from sending this URL, these two important things which we are doing are, we are creating two cookies, state and code verifier, and we are keeping them as signed and HTTP only cookies, so client code can't access them. And since they are signed, no one can make sense of them, what it actually means, because these are signed using this key, and until this key is secure, these cookies are also secured. They will be visible on browser, but we will not be able to understand them. And why we are doing it, reason is that in last example with traditional apps, we saw that we were maintaining sessions at server side, but since here there is no session at server side, we need some mechanism to store code verifier and state, because we need later to call token endpoint. And as we know, here it's stateless, without session. HTTP protocol is stateless. There will be no information back and forth. That's why when client makes this login call, we send URL, and also we send these two cookies. After that, redirection to Cognito page will happen, login will happen, and callback page will load, which is this auth page, and this auth page will call token endpoint with state and code. So for that we have this route. In this route, first, like normal cookies we read as request.cookies, but signed cookies we read as request.signed cookies, and it's nothing new. It's just part of Node.js Express. And after that, we are doing this client.authorization code grant, and this part is fetching the all tokens ID and represent access token. So in this we are passing this config object and get current URL, and this state is passed as expected state, and this code verifier is just PKCE code verifier, and this get current URL I need to create this function under utils, and but this get current URL will be the URL of front end with code and state parameter. So let's create it also. I will create utils.js and paste the code so we can see it. utils.js here. So this current URL will like Cognito frontend URL, S3 frontend URL, and then from request we are taking the search queries and appending it, and then returning it as URL here. And after all is done, since we do not need these cookies anymore, we will clear these cookies. We are sending the tokens, but it's optional if required, else not. We are creating cookie for access and refresh token as HTTP and signed, because front end is not supposed to use this. For ID tokens, we are creating this cookie which is not HTTP only and not signed also, so that if we want some user info, we can read from this token and show it. Also, if we want here only as part of this API only, we can make all cookie sets signed and HTTP, and instead of returning token, we can return necessary data, whatever we want to show in front end. That's also one approach. And to do routes, we will come to it later. So we saw token endpoint, we saw login endpoint. Now once more let's go to authorizer, auth middleware endpoint, and in this code we are using access token for authentication, and we are reading access token from signed cookie because we created signed cookie we just saw, and then we are calling this verify JWT function. So how JWT verification happens, let's see that to make things clear. So what happens, Cognito, we know that Cognito exposed one URL where it provides all the keys which are used to create the token, and the key which we can fetch the keys from there, and then we can use crypto library of Node.js to create to convert that JWKS key into PEM format, because we need it in PEM format for JWT verification. And once we have that public key in PEM format, we can verify JWT signature. So if I go inside this function, we are doing, okay, before that, from where we are getting this key, let's see that. So I will go to here, and here we have token signing key URL provided at overview page of Userpool. If I hit this page, we see this. Okay, so it's a list, and this list contains two objects, this one and this one. Now if you see your token, and in that token you can see which key ID, like for ID token this key always will be used, and for access token this key will be always used. How we know that? If we get the token and we inspect it in jwt.io, we can see this key ID here. So what we are doing here, and also these keys do not change very frequently. So what we are doing here is that as part of server, as part of init server function here, we are calling get Cognito JWT public key and passing this URL here, this URL in this function, and inside this function we are fetching the details, not this one, inside this function get Cognito For some reason, utils.js, and the function is here and it's exported also. I guess there is some typo. It says utils.js, folder name is also same. Okay, now it's open. So here, if I click on this, now it's going to code. So here we are first facing response from that endpoint which I showed. After that, we are just doing response.json, and from that response, we are taking the first item, not 0th item, because that is for ID token. The first item in that list is JWK key for access token. So we take that key and then use this node crypto library and create public key function, and this function will format our JWK key in PEM format, and then we will return it. So we return it here, and then we are storing it as global variable in this server. Since it's stored as global variable auth in auth middleware, we can easily access it, and we pass when we see that this is the route which we need to authenticate. We take access token from signed cookie, and then we pass that access token and that key to JWT, verify JWT function, which is also part of util, but for some reason it's not opening. Okay, I will open it from here, and here verify JWT, and this verify JWT will take token cookie, and if it's proper, then it will return true, else if there is some error it will return false, and it will verify signature, and also it will verify expiry of the token. So if token is expired, that is also verified inside this verify JWT, and this verify JWT is using JSON web token library. So this is the whole flow. Hope it made sense. Now let's run it and see it how it's working. I will uncomment these lines so that we can see something in console if we want to see. Login, I guess somewhere here also we have log. Yeah, okay. Now let's start both and see if it starts or not. So node server.js, it's working. And see, as soon as server is started on port number 3000, first thing it did is that it fetched keys, this one and this one, and then we took this object and converted into PEM key, which looks something like this. And how we know is that you can create one ID token, inspect it in jwt.io and match this key ID. Another thing is that for now I am assuming that till the life of this server this key will not change, but if you want you can implement some kind of expiry mechanism. After that, after every 5 or 10 minutes it fetch it again if the duration is passed. Some kind of expiry mechanism we can do and use it. So front end is running, backend is also running. Now let's go here and see the flow. I will refresh. First thing is I will hit fetch to dos, and I got 401 because it's not token or login, and in our cookies there is nothing. Whatever is here I will delete it. I don't know how it came, but let's delete it, maybe from previous examples. So fetch to dos will yield nothing, it will say unauthenticated. Now if I hit login button, it sent us to login page of Cognito, and since it quickly redirected, we missed. What happened after clicking on this login page is that under storage we got these two new cookies, and these are not actual values, these are encrypted by that cookie key, so no one can view it. Also, if someone tries to alter or play with it, that will not work, because then basically server will discard it, and then authentication flow will fail. Now let's go and create account before doing login. It will send OTP. We'll close this one to avoid confusion. Confirm account. Now authentication is done, and again it very quickly happened. But what happened is that it came to auth endpoint, auth route of front end, and probably this one, not this one. Okay. I think not able to see here, but it came to auth route, and under auth route, from the parameters we took code and state variable and sent it to backend. In backend we can see something. So here we can see that this is let's see, log. It might be coming from token function, token route. So here we have logged state. So this is state value. We can see that it's completely different from cookie. And then we have code verifier, and then we have this current URL, which is URL of the auth route of frontend. And then we pass it and return a token. So by now, if we see cookie, in cookie we should be able to see access and ID token. Here we can see access and ID token, and refresh and access are HTTP only, and this one is not HTTP only, means it can be read from client code, client JavaScript. Now let's clear it, and now if we make call to fetch to-dos, it failed for some reason. Let's see why it failed. Cannot read properties of undefined includes in server.js, line number 94. Okay, looks like there is some bug. Line number 94. Okay. Okay, I'm missing a string literal here. I will add. I'm missing optional chaining, so I will add it here. Restart it. We have valid tokens, so it will no need to log in. I will fetch to-dos again, and it worked. We got response as task 1, task 2, task 3. So this is the flow. Now we did authentication. Now suppose if we want to use groups feature of Cognito Userpool to do authorization also, like if some user is part of admin group, then grant them admin privileges and show them some more response. So suppose for normal user we should be show task 1, task 2, task 3, but for admin user we show them admin task 1, admin task 2, and admin task 3. So let's do that also. I will go to user pool, under my users, under my groups I will create new group, and let's call it admin, and then users, and this user. Here I'm using Cognito groups feature to do this thing, to classify or to do authorization, but we can also use this user attributes. So instead of adding user in the group, we can add some attribute which tells that this user is admin. Like we can add one more attribute as is admin equals to true. So there are multiple ways to do it. For now I will just attach this, add this user in the admin group, and I will go to my app and open jwt.io. So if I go to storage and cookie and ID token, right now here we will not see any group parameter in old token. Now let's log in again and get new tokens. Again, it not took me to Cognito page because Cognito page have the cookies which are directly redirecting me to auth page, which because of which I do not have to log in. So let's delete those cookies. So it take their storage cookies. These are the cookies. Because of them, it's not taking us to login page. Now it will take here. It bring here and login. Now I will copy the ID token, and this time we will have Cognito group information here. And the KID which I was talking about, here we can see in the header, we can see this is the KID, and this KID will be matching with this one for ID token, and for access token this will be the KID that we are using in backend. And so what will happen now in access token, we know that access token payload is just JSON encoded JSON value converted into string and then encoded into base 64. So what we will do, we can use JSON dot JWT, means we can use this JSON web token library, and it provides JWT.decode functionality also. But here I just wanted to show you that it's just base 64 encoded value and we can use it directly also. That's why I did it like this. So what we will do, we will first do buffer.from, and from here to here till here we are converting base 64 to string, and then base 64 value to normal string, and then we are passing that to JSON, so it becomes normal JSON value and readable like JSON. And then from that JSON we are reading Cognito groups. So here if we see, we have this Cognito groups object in this payload, and inside this payload we are checking if this includes admin. If it includes admin, then it will be admin user, and for admin users we will return admin to dos instead of normal to dos. Now let's go to our front end and let's fetch, and it should return admin to dos. Here we go, we got admin to dos, admin 1, admin 2, admin 3. So now we are done with all three ways to use OAuth flow of Cognito. Here is assignment for you before we move on to next section. So in auth middleware, we are checking our access token, and if access token is valid, then we are calling next. If access token is not valid, then we are sending 401 response. So what you can try to do here is that you can try to use refresh token to use refresh token grant flow and get new pair of ID and access token and use them. So what will be benefit is that right now, after expiry of access token, we are asking user to log in again quickly. But if we do that, then the duration between user have to log in will be maximized. Now let's see how to use Google login with Cognito. So for that, I found this flowchart on Medium. You can close all this for now. So I found this article on Medium, and this is the flowchart for the authentication flow when we use Google or any other third-party identity provider with Cognito. So what happens is that we are first redirected to Cognito login UI either through client or via the backend, like we saw in last 2-3 steps, last 2-3 sections. From Cognito page, when we click on login page, we are redirected to the sign in page of Google, and in Google sign in page we do our authentication at Google, and in return Google returns authorization code to Cognito, and then Cognito again makes call to the Google to get access and ID token, necessary information for user, and then Cognito uses that information to create user in its own user pool. So whatever user which we logged in Google, using its ID and access token, using its ID token only, I guess, Cognito creates new user in the user pool, and then Cognito returns here at this step. Cognito then returns authorization code to the client, and then client again uses that authorization code with Cognito to issue tokens which are issued by Cognito. Those ID and access token are issued by Cognito. For this, let's go and create new user pool, and I will create public client, email for sign in and sign up, and here I will enter some random callback URL, because all I need is that authorization code. Now go to overview. In app client, we have this client, and if we go to login pages, right now we have only Cognito as identity provider available, and we can add Google by going to social and external providers, add identity provider, and then selecting Google. Now we need to add client ID for Google and secret and scopes. So if we see this diagram, we have this Cognito client here which is interacting with us. Similarly, we need to create one client at Google side also, where which will interact with Cognito for giving this authorization code and information. For that, we need to log into Google Cloud account. So for this, you don't need to have paid version, even with free account will work. So I will search Google OAuth client console. It's console.cloud.google.com, and here I will add auth. So URL is console.cloud.google.com/auth, and here we need to create new project. So I will call it, let's call it Cognito demo. And this is a new UI for OAuth client creation. If you are seeing old UI, you can just at the top you can just click on show new UI, and then this UI will appear. So let's go to clients, and to create client, first I have to set up branding. It will take me here. I have to enter app name, so let's call it demo. URL, I will enter this URL. Its external audience will be external because we will use it with Cognito, and again it's asking email. I will provide same email. Finish it, create it. Now after this, we should be able to create OAuth client. Here here we have option to create OAuth client. I will click on it and select application type as web application. We'll leave everything default, we need here authorized redirect URIs. So here generally what happens with Cognito, only when we authorize at Cognito, authenticate at Cognito sends authorization code to us directly. But when we are using Google as identity provider, when we authorize at this Google page, Google will send authorization code in this step number 7 to Cognito, which Cognito will use to get details and create user in its own pool. So for that we need to add Cognito user pools domain name here with domain name with if I see here registration instruction, I'll close this one. So under registration instruction we can see it should be your user pool domain name and then OAuth and IDP response. So slash OAuth slash IDP response. Then we can create it. After that, we can copy the client ID. We can copy the secret by editing it. And in scope, we can pass open ID, email, and profile. In user mapping, in mapping of attributes, so I will map email attribute of Google to email attribute of Cognito. And also I will add verified email. It should be somewhere here. Looks like it's email verified. So email verified, I will map with email verified attribute of Google, and then I will create identity provider. Now we have configured Google as an identity provider at user pool level, but we still need to configure at client level. So I will go to client, my public client, and then login pages. Under login pages, I will edit it, and here under identity providers, I will select Google. So now we have both Cognito and Google as identity provider for this particular client. And now I will save and hit this button. In UI, now we can see we have sign in with Google button, which used to not appear earlier. Now if I click on this button, it took me to Google page, Google login page. And when I select my email, then it will ask me that by continuing, I agree to share my name, email, address, language, and profile pictures. And when we pass email and open ID as a scope, so this profile picture, language, name, all these are getting granted because we are passing open ID as a scope. But for other scopes, means Google also have other scopes like calendar scope. We can see full list of scopes that Google accepts. So it's like Google OAuth scopes. There is web page, and here we have all scopes. But for now, we just need only this to create user in user pool. Now, once I click on continue, according to workflow, I am done till here. I did authentication at number 6. Now number 7 will happen. It happened too fast, but number 7 will basically go to Cognito, give a token, authorization code. Cognito will talk to Google to get the token and then create user, or if you're already there, it will update the user, and then will return authorization code to me as a browser, means as a user. I will see this code which is coming from Cognito. Now let's go and see if I got new user. Yeah, I got new user, and if I click, account is enabled, email is verified, provider is external provider. Even new group got created for this, which is called automated generated group for users who sign in using Google. Now I have code. Let's go ahead and get tokens for this code. So I will open Postman. And here I guess this is the one, grant type, authorization, client ID. Okay, better let's go to that GitHub. So this is the command. I have to fill the values. So first thing is code, authorization code, and after that redirect URI. So authorization code. It looks like I pasted wrong authorization code. Not this one. This is the correct authorization code. Redirect URI, which we can find here. Redirect URI, and we have to do it quickly before it expires. And we need client ID here, and then Userpool domain REST auth. Here we have Userpool domain, and then let's do the post call using Postman. So I will import, paste the curl, import without saving, and hit on send. Here we got ID token, access token, and replace token. Let's take ID token and inspect its content. Here we can see this user is member of this group, email is verified, username, this is Cognito username, and we have date created, provider, we have emails. So that's how we can integrate Cognito Userpool with Google as identity provider. Now we are done with all the OAuth flows, and we saw how to implement. Now let's move on to APIs, how to use APIs and SDK with Cognito Userpool. Now let's see how to use Cognito APIs or Cognito SDK to integrate Cognito Userpool in your application. But question is, why we need Cognito SDK or API at all if we have OAuth 2.2 workflow? So in many websites, you might have seen that we have in-page authentication, where when you click on sign in or login, pop-up comes on same page, and within that website only you are able to log in. So for that kind of workflow, we need to use Cognito SDK, or we directly need to call Cognito APIs. Another purpose is for user management operations, like adding user to certain group, or editing user attributes, like we can have some role, some attribute named role, and we might want to change that attribute based on what permissions user have. So that thing we can do using SDK or API calls. Let's go to Cognito documentation and explore some APIs. So we will just search Cognito API, and here we have to go to this link, Cognito, AWS Cognito documentation, and in documentation we will see API reference. in API reference, here we have linked to all SDKs, but first we will see some APIs before exploring SDK. So we can see these are all possible API calls to Cognito, and one of them is initiate auth. So if you do not want to use OAuth flow, you directly want to do login using username and password from your front end or from your backend, then you can use this initiate auth API call. And syntax of or format of this API is this. We post to this URL Cognito IDP region and .aws.com, and we pass in header AWS Cognito identity provider service .initiate auth, and since this call is for private client, we are also passing credentials, but we are going to try it with public clients. So let's see if there is an example for public client also. Here we have this one. So it's in this format. I have converted it into curl for easier reading, and so we can directly use with Postman. So this is the API call. We have to do post call to this API, which is Cognito and region and .aws.com, and in header we have to pass Cognito identity provider .initiate auth, and we have to pass username, password, and client ID. And auth flow type, we have to pass it as user password auth. Let's go and create a new user pool. We will create public client, and for sign in and sign up email, we do not need callback URL for now because we are not going to use OAuth workflow. Now here we are going to use initiate auth API, which is equivalent to login API. There is also API to create user, which is called sign up API. But since we are going to use login API, we should create one user here. So I will create user. Mark as verified and set password. So I will copy it as well and create user. So user is created here. Now let's try to use this initiate auth API to login. So I will copy the command and paste it here. We need client ID. So I will go to clients, client, and client ID here. Next, we need username and parameters. So username and password. So username is the email that I entered, and password. Header will be initiate auth, and URL for post we do not need to change because we are in the correct region. If you are in different region, make sure to change it here. Let's copy it and paste in Postman and make API call. Here it says invalid parameter exception, username, password, auth flow is not enabled for this client, which is correct. We had still not enabled. So I will edit the client. Make sure to edit the client, not login pages of client. And here we have to enable user, allow user path auth. User password auth. It means if someone is trying to log in using username and password, let them do it. So saved it. Now if I do the call, here in response, it says instead of giving the tokens, it's saying challenge name as new password required, because we created user first time using Cognito pool using console. So when user logs in for first time, it will ask to reset the password to new password. That's why instead of giving token, it's asking us to do this challenge. So let's see if there is some API for completing the challenge. So challenge, no, it's not here. Here we have respond to auth challenge API, and this is the at bottom somewhere we should have simple example here. Respond to auth challenge, and we need to respond for new password required. And this sample is for email OTP. Let's go up and see somewhere client metadata challenge response, and password verify, new password required. This is the challenge that we have to respond to, and here we have to pass challenge name as new password required and challenge response as new password with username. So let's copy it, and also let's copy that sample to see what kind of values this one will need. And we will modify the above curl command. So first thing, we need to modify header. In header we have to pass instead of initiate auth, we have to pass a respond to auth, and username here instead of auth parameters we have to pass, first we have to pass challenge name. So challenge name will be required password. I will cut it and put it here. Auth parameters we do not have to pass because it's not auth flow. These two things are not required. We pass challenge name, client ID. Next thing is challenge response. So I will put it here, and yeah, under new password, let's use new, and username is the email which we used there. Also, if we see in response, we got session token. So let's use this as well from here to here, and just below this, put the session token. Here is client ID we did, user pool I think not required, challenge responses we passed username and new password. Let's try this command now. I will copy the curl and import here. Let's hit it. Invalid session for this user, session is expired. Okay, so this session is expired. Let's make that call again. Initiate auth call to show the body, this call which we did initially, just to get a new session token because current session token is expired. So I got new session token, and here I'm using it for challenge now. Let's see if it works. It worked, and after completing the challenge, we got access token, ID token, and refresh token. So similar to OAuth flow, here also we will get all the JWT token, and process of JWT verification will also be same. just the way we were getting user specific JWT tokens, that is changed. Now, one interesting thing here, if I go and try, it will fail because we changed the password. So it will work now if I use new password. It's working. So what we saw is that we can come to this list of API call, API actions, and depending on our requirement, we can do the API calls. Now we saw the demo in live how confusing API calls can be. To make the development process faster, we have Cognito SDKs. So Cognito SDKs are wrappers built on top of the API calls which we just saw, and they have just defined some pre-built functions, and those functions actually do API call for you, and those functions are available for many languages like if I go here, these languages are supported: Java, JavaScript, PHP, Python, Ruby, Kotlin, .NET, C++, Go, and command line interface. So let's explore SDK now. I will use JavaScript SDK for Cognito, and here it's not looking good. So what we can do, we can search AWS JavaScript v3 SDK Cognito, and this UI is really good. Here we can see all the APIs. So if I open it in parallel, here whatever the actions we saw, now for all the actions we have these functions available, and we can use these functions in our code. To give a demo, I have already created one React application. Here Userpool SDK, and it's already running. I will stop it, and here if we see, I have not done anything. We have app.js as it is, and in package.json I have React dependency only. So what I will do, I will go ahead and install Cognito identity provider, client Cognito identity provider from AWS SDK. So it's installing. Till it's installing, I will update my code also. So here in this repo only, I have updated the repo with Userpool SDK, and for this demo, I just need to update app.jsx only. I will just copy and paste as it is here, and let's use same client, I mean same user pool for this purpose also, but I will just delete the user and recreate it. This user, delete user, disable, delete, and create it again. Confirm, mark as verified, and password. So user is created freshly now. Now let's understand what we are doing in the code. Since we have already seen the API part, it will be pretty intuitive for us. So from SDK, we are importing Cognito identity provider client and initiate auth command and respond to auth command. And I think these two might be looking familiar because these are what we just saw. And this Cognito identity provider client is just way to create client with instance of client with necessary details like region, which this configuration. We still need to update here. I think region I have already updated. We need to update client ID. So I will go to client ID and put it here. So new instance of Cognito client is created. Cognito identity provider client is created and its name is Cognito client. And here I have created some states for email, password, view, and session. And I have two functions, handle login and handle challenge. And as you can guess, handle login is for initiate auth and handle challenge is for respond to auth. For view, when it's login view, I will show email and password, and on click of login button, this handle login will be called, and inside handle login we can see that I am passing user auth flow as user password auth, whatever we passed in API. We passed auth parameters also as username and password and client ID. To do head-to-head comparison, we can see here also. Here for initiate auth command, we can see we passed header, we passed this thing, we passed auth flow and client ID. These details here also, same parallel mapping is going on. After that, we create command, and when we do this Cognito client.send, actual API call will happen and it will be stored in response. Now what I'm doing is I'm logging it, and if response contain challenge as new password, then I will swap the screen to OTP screen or new password screen, and if it's 200, then I will just show login successful. Similarly, in second screen, which is this one, from here to here. So here I'm just showing one text field and one button. On click of button, it will call this handle challenge, and here also we can see we are passing new challenge as new password required session, which we will receive as part of initiate auth, and these two also we passed as part of API, so it's straightforward. And on successful, we will send back to login. I will save it, and let's see it in UI. Let's refresh it. I guess I have not started it. Okay, we got UI. We have let's open network tab, and here we can enter email. So I will enter my email and password. Now when I hit login API, it says 400. I had not expected, but let's see why it's saying 400. User password auth flow is not enabled for this client. Okay. Let's log in. Now we got 200, and this is what we got in response. We got challenge name as required password. That's why view is changed, and now here I will enter my new password, and I will save. Before saving new password, here we can see under request, these are the parameters that we pass. These are exactly same for API, whatever we do it when we did the API calls. Now I will just save new password. Password change successfully, and now this was the second call. Here we can see we pass session and all the same detail. Now if I log in, for login also I got 200 and login is successful. So this is what Cognito, yes, this is how we can use Cognito SDK in our client, in our application. And here I'm using React and means I'm using front end and public client, but we can also use private client and do same thing in the backend. But when we use private client, then we have to handle client secret also, and that you can check in the documentation. Maybe as assignment, you can try to do it in server side on your own. Now let's move on to next section. We are done with both flows, auth0 and SDK way. Now let's see one use case of Cognito Userpool with API gateway. So let's see how we can secure AWS API gateway using Cognito Userpool. So I will use new user pool for that. Let's create user pool, and let's use public client only so we can easily get token. I will use implicit grant type to get the tokens quickly. Return type, this time we need return type. Let's use localhost 3000 and ignore everything. All we need is just to create one user. Okay, I clicked on wrong option. Let's close all this which is not required. Open login page. I'm creating user. Now our Cognito pool have one user. Let's go to API gateway. And let's create HTTP API gateway. Here, API name, let's call it Cognito demo. And next, before that, it's asking for integrations. So I can add any Lambda function. So let's create Lambda function also, which will act as backend of our API gateway. I will create one function. Nothing to change here. Let's create it as it is. Okay. Let's name it as Cognito. So what something will do, it will just return something hello world, or it will return hello from Lambda. Let's see if it is able to recognize or not. Okay, Lambda, and here function, and next add route, get route, integration with this function, next create. Now we have this API gateway with Lambda as backend, and I can invoke by clicking on this URL, and I'm able to see hello from Lambda. But suppose if there is some thing behind this API gateway that we do not want to show to rest of world without having some kind of authentication. For that, we can use Cognito with API gateway. So for that, I will go to authorization, manage authorizer, create authorizer, and here I will use JWT authorizer, and name, let's call it demo, and issuer URL. So we know what is issuer URL. We need to go to Cognito page, and here we have token signing key URL. This one we can use, but no need to do this one. Till here only sufficient. For audience, we need to enter the client ID of this client ID, this public client ID here, and it's available as AUD parameter in the tokens that are generated. So to see it, we can enable implicit flow to get tokens in the browser, and to get tokens directly in the browser URL, I'm using implicit flow. Otherwise, I have to make one extra API call using Postman. And here, if I select token, it's giving error because I just enable it. It will take a couple of minutes before it starts working. So let's wait. Okay, now it's working. Sign in, and the password. We got the tokens. And here we have ID token. ID token is the one which will be used for doing authentication to API gateway. So I will just decode it in jwt.io. Let's use new UI. And here. So here we can see audience here. So the token is created for this client. So in audience, we will see client ID, this one 5, starting with 5 and ending with G. So we will see this client ID in the ID token. That's why we are using client ID here also. Now let's create it. And now for this get route, let's attach that authorizer which we just created and attach it. Now if I try to access API gateway URL directly, then it will not work. It will say unauthorized. To access it, I need to copy it from here and here also it will not work. I need to pass the token as authorization bearer token. Send. Now I am able to see the response. So remember here that make sure to use ID token because if you use access token, then it will not work. Let's see that also. If I use access token instead of ID token, then it will. Okay, looks like access token is also working now. I remember earlier it not used to work, only ID token used to work, but now access token is also working. So it's your wish to use access token, or if I corrupt it, it will not work. So it's your wish. If you want to use access token, use it. If you want to use ID token, use it. But this is how we can secure AWS API gateway using Cognito Userpool. We are done with user pools for now. Now let's start with identity pools. So as we have seen, identity pools are used to grant temporary access to AWS resources using IAM for the end users. And we have also seen the workflow. So workflow looks something like this. We create ID pool, Cognito ID pool, and with ID pool we configure certain type of identity providers like Google, Facebook, or Cognito user pool. And when user wants to get access to some AWS resource, let's say S3, then first they authenticate to identity provider, and after that they take the ID token from there, and that ID token is sent to Cognito ID pool. And for that ID token, if there is identity already existing or if it's not exist, then Cognito will create identity, and then Cognito will use AWS STS to create credentials for configured IAM roles, and those credentials will be returned back to the user, and user will use those credentials to access the AWS resources. Also that credential will have limited time validity, so it will expire after some time. In Cognito user pool, in Cognito identity pool, configuration is something like this. We can create a ID pool and create two kind of access: guest access and authenticated access. And for guest access, if there is any random user on internet who is not authenticated to our identity providers, if they try to get credentials using identity pool, first they have to create identity using doing identity get ID call, and then they can get credentials, and they will receive credentials for IAM role which we have configured. And generally we configure this IAM role with very minimum privileges, like view only for S3 bucket, for example. Another type of access that we can grant is authenticated access, where identity providers like Google, Facebook, and Cognito users will, when they will log in, they will be granted this role. Also, we can add more granular control between identity provider by doing this kind of configuration, where guest user will get this role, and all the users will, all the authenticated users will by default get this role. But we can edit the settings so that if ID token from Cognito contains certain claims, like if it's from admin group, then instead of using this default role, we can grant them some another role. So these are the configurations possible. And workflow with identity pool is like this. First we get identity token from identity provider, and once we have ID token, we use that token to talk to ID pool to fetch ID details. Either if ID is already existing, then it will not create. If it's not there, then it will create and return the identity. Once we have identity and ID token, identity ID and ID token, we again talk to Cognito ID pool to get IAM credentials. So let's go to Cognito identity pool console and create new identity pool. We want both type of users, guest and authenticated. And for guest users, for authenticated users, we will use AWS Cognito as identity provider. In next step, it will ask us to configure roles. So I'm at this step now. Here it's asking me to choose which role I want for guest and which for authenticated users. So I will create new role. Let's call it demo role, and this one let's call demo guest role. And these are the policies which we are getting created. So for authenticate role, this is the policy, and for guest, this is the policy which is being attached. And in action, we can see get credential for identity. So this action will allow us to get IAM credentials for this IAM role using ID pool. Let's go to next step. For now, I'm keeping both as same. Later, we will go to IAM dashboard and attach more policies for authenticated role. User pool ID. So it's asking which user pool I want to use. Let's create new user pool. For this demo, I will use public client. This is optional, not required. Or we need it for getting tokens. Create. I will skip. Also, to get tokens quickly, I will go and enable implicit grant and save it, so later we do not have to do. Now client ID is this one, and user pool ID is this one, AP South H73. So we see here AP South S73. Let's copy and paste it. Here, client, we have only one client, so it will come here. And all of the settings we will keep default. Next, user pool name, let's call it my first ID pool. And rest I will keep default. Review and create. Now we have identity pool here. We got one identity pool, and AWS automatically created these two roles for me and attached to their respective identity providers. So if I go to identity pool properties, I guess user access, yeah. So under user access, we can see for authenticated user we have this role, and for guest users we have this demo guest role. And right now we have only one identity provider, which is AWS Cognito. Now to interact with this ID pool, there is no UI similar to Cognito Userpool hosted UI. So we need to use APIs to interact with this ID pool. Let's go to documentation. So Cognito APIs docs. And in this documentation, we need to go to documentation API reference for Cognito identity pools or federated identities. This one. And here we have all the APIs. And here create identity pool we have already created. Let's first play with guest user. So to create identity and get identity ID, first we need to use this API call. And what we have to do is to call Cognito with these headers, and we will get the ID. Right now, if I go here under user statics or identity browser, we have no identity. Let's make our first call to identity pool and as a guest user and get create ID first, create one identity. So here I have curl commands. To get identity for guest user, we do like this. For authenticated users, we pass login also. So that's extra thing there. I will copy it and we will modify it. This URL will remain same, only region will we have to change. We are in correct region. Under header, we are passing a XAMJ target as AWS Cognito identity service dot get ID. We can also pass this one full from com dot to get ID, but here our concern is get ID. So get ID is there. Only thing which I have to update is identity pool ID. And when we will make this API call, we will get new identity. And here no security is there because this is supposed to be for any public internet user. I will import it here. In Postman, I imported the command, and here we can see in that header we have this. Let's send it. And we got our identity ID. Let's copy it. So it's kind of user only which got created here. And here we can see one identity and it's unauthenticated user. And here also we should see something. Yeah, we got 15 seconds ago we created. Now to issue token for this identity, we need to use get credentials for identity. And here we have to use this header get credentials identity, and we have to pass identity ID. So here we have this curl command. I will copy it and let's modify. This is correct, this is correct. Identity ID. So this is the identity which just got created. And login, since it's internet user or guest user, no need to pass login. For Cognito Userpool as identity provider, we will use it. Let's make new API call. And here we got access key ID, expirations, secret key, session token. And if I go here, now let's create one user in user pool and use identity pool with user pool as identity provider. Also, before doing that, let's go to user access, and for authenticated users role, let's modify this role to add some permissions. Here for unauthenticated user, we got these risk credentials, but since this user do not have any policy attached to it, it will not be of any use for now. So for authenticated user, let's go and attach some policies. By default, we have only this for creation of credential. Now I will add one more policy, and let's call it S3 list. So it will be like S3 read only, and if I see inside it, we have get list. It will allow to list all buckets and get all objects. Let's add it, and now we are ready to create our first user in Userpool. Let's go to app client and login pages. Response type I will change to token. Here we got ID and access token. Let's paste it here, and ID pool is from ID token is from here to here. Let's discard access token because it will not work. We need to use only ID token. And now let's make API calls. So first we will make this call for authenticated user to create identity and return identity. Here we need to update identity pool ID. I will update it. And under logins, we have to do Cognito IDP region.aws. So we need user pool ID here. Let's go to user pool here, and this is the URL which it wants. Let's see if it's in format. Okay, so we have to copy from here to here and paste it here. Also, let's update ID token. And now when we will make this call to get identity, it will create one authenticated user in the identity pool. So import, paste, and send. We got 200 response, and this is the identity ID for authenticated user. This one. Let's go to ID pool statistics, and here we can see we have one authenticated user and one authenticated user for this particular user pool. And now we will get credentials for this user, IAM credentials. It will be same as last time. We need to pass identity ID, and with identity ID, this time we need to pass login, which is this one. So I will copy it from here to here, and using this ID token, it will issue IAM credentials for us. It says identity ID failed to satisfy the constraint. Let's see where we... Okay, here I have to pass identity ID instead of identity pool ID, because we are trying to get IAM token for this IAM credentials for this particular ID. Here we got credentials, access key ID, expiration, secret key, session token, and identity ID. Now let's since we have already granted this the role which is attached to the role the role which is attached to authenticated access user types or identity types. So we have already attached S3 role, and we should be able to make queries related to S3, get queries, but it's not straightforward. We can't just make the call. We can't just use this token as it is and make API call. For that, we need to either use SDK or we need to create request signed by AWS signature version 4 to make the request using curl or Postman. So for that, I have created this script here. In the repo, you can find it as create curl for S3 using iamcreds.js, and just copy it, and let's create one file as creds.js and paste the code here. In this code, you have to just update this part, data part, and data we got IAM credentials. So copy from here to here. No need to copy identity ID, just this block. And here we can see we have EID, expiration, secret key, and session token. So copy it, remove this block, and paste it as it is. Now let's run the script JavaScript file. So node grid.js. This is the curl command, and I think because of improper structure here, if I try to import it in Postman, it's not working properly. So that's why what we can do instead of using this curl command, what we can do, we can use this URL and fetch data here only. So we will pass all headers and URL and log value in this JavaScript code only. Here we got 200 response and list of all buckets which we have in our account. Now let's use Google as identity provider for our ID pool. And here at root of repo, I have link for the Medium article. So here this is the article, and here we can see the workflow with Google as identity provider. So it's exactly same as with Cognito Userpool or any other identity provider. So first what client will do, first client will talk to Google to get ID token, and once it have ID token, it will use that ID token to talk to Cognito identity pool, and once it have identity pool, identity ID from identity pool, and also IAM credentials, then it can send that IAM credential in for with AWS signature v4 signed and get objects from S3. So let's go here, and under user access and the identity providers, let's add identity provider which is Google, and here we need Google OAuth client ID. So let's go to Google and create it. So search for Google Cloud Platform, and again you don't need any paid account here, free one will work. So modify this URL as console.cloud.google.com/auth, and it will take you here. For this project we have already created one client, so let's create new project and start fresh. This time call it ID pool demo and create. Select the project, and once you are inside that project, go to clients. It will ask you to configure branding, so get started. Name of application, let's call test. Supported email, let's enter this account's email. And next audience, it will be external audience because that will be, we are going to use it with Cognito. And contact information, again I will use same account email. Agree, create. Now it will ask to create OAuth client. Here application is web application, and where we want our tokens or authorization code to receive. So in this flow we can see that it's the responsibility of client here to get and exchange token. So no need to specify, similar to user in Userpool we specified Userpool's IDP response URL, but this time since client is doing all these things, we can request authorization code in our own local host. So localhost, let's call on port number 3000. So after successful login, it will send authorization code in this URL. Let's create. Now we will see the client ID here, and this client ID we need to configure in advance with our this identity pool provider. All other things we will leave default for now. And now it's ready to use. Now to get the authorization code and ID token from Google, we can follow these steps. Here. So first we need to go to this link, accounts.google.com/OAuth/client ID, which will be client ID of Google client, Google OAuth client, redirect URI which we specified there. So let's copy it and fill the details. Client ID. This is the client ID, and redirect URI will be just HTTP localhost 3000. Make sure to provide same redirect URI, else it might not work. And let's open new window and hit the URL. It's asking me to log in, so I will select my account, continue, and after that it will send me authorization code. Here it's sent in localhost 3000. So I will copy from here to here. This is our authorization code. We have seen it in detail in OAuth workflows, and it's the authorization code grant type. Now once we have this authorization code, we can make another curl command post request with all these parameters. So first we need code we have here. So code this one, and grant type is authorization code as I told. Redirect URI, so redirect URI this one, localhost 3000. This time with redirect UI, we also need client ID and client secret. So let's, client ID we already have, client secret we need to get from Google Cloud Dashboard. So client ID, I guess this one, and client secret. So client secret, let's go back here, edit, click on this pencil icon, and here we have client secret, and paste it here. Once this curl request is formed, let's go to Postman, import it, and use it. So after this call, we will get ID token. Here we have ID token, access token, and all other details. Expires, it have validity of 5 minutes. Now we need this ID token. Let's copy it, which we got from Google, and using this ID token, I think I pasted 2 times. Using this ID token, we will create identity in our identity pool, and we know what API to use. It is get ID API. So here now, if I think I need to update. I copied wrong command here. Under login, it should be accounts.google.com, not this one. This is for Cognito. And also, if we go to documentation, different type of identity provide have different this value in API call. So here, so for logins, we can see under get ID, we can see that if it's Facebook, then we have to use this login attribute, and for Cognito this, and for Google we have to use accounts.google.com, and then we have to pass ID token. Now let's paste it here, the ID token. And also we need identity pool ID. So I will go to here and identity pool ID. This is extra. Let's make API call to create identity using this Google identity provider. We got identity ID with 200. It means it created identity successfully. Now let's see user statics. We have one from Google, one from Cognito Userpool, and one is unauthenticated user. And now let's make another call to get IAM credentials. Login section will be as it is, and identity ID this one. And let's make API call again. So here we got IAM credentials. We can copy these credentials from here to here, and then use this script for creation of instead we can use this script to make API call and get the response. So I will update the data and run the script. Here we got 200 response from bucket AS3, and these are list of all buckets in this account. We saw that for random user we can use this role. For identity providers we can use this default role, but if we want, we can also for some identity provider, if we want, we can also use some other roles based on claims present in the ID token. So here I have this ID token from Cognito. And here I can see that I have these claims like audience and email, and since this user is not part of group, otherwise there will be group information also like group and admin. So what we can do, we can go to identity provider, and under user access right now all identity providers will use this role which I have specified under authenticated access. But suppose for Google account I just want read of S3 bucket, but for Cognito users I want to write as well. So in that case, for Cognito account and also for admin users, I want or instead of admin users, let's say for this particular email, I want this email to be able to write to S3 bucket as well. So what in that case, what I can do, I can select the identity provider and edit its role setting, and here I can say choose role with rules, and in rules I can pass these claims like I want email to be this or group to be that. So here I can say that I want if email is this value, then use let's call this role only. So if email is this email, then use this role. Suppose this is some high privilege role which have write permission to S3 as well. So what will happen for if ID token contains this claim, then it will use this high privilege users, else it will use this default user for authenticated users, default role for this authenticated users. I mixed user and roles, but what I wanted to say is that for authenticated users, by default it will use default role, but if we specify some rules, then we can use some other roles also. For SDK for ID pool, we will not go in much detail, but whatever we saw functionalities using APIs, same thing can be achieved using these SDKs. So if I go to JavaScript SDK, we can see that we can use this client Cognito identity library, and here we can see that all the APIs which we did using curl command are available as functions in this SDK. For example, we used get ID command, so that is available here, and if I click on this get ID, here we can see the example on basic usage of this, and here we can see that first we are creating the client, and then we are passing identity pool ID. Here it is showing account ID also, but I guess that's not mandatory, and then we pass login for authenticated user and leave it for guest users. So similarly, you can go ahead and explore all other these SDK functions in your preferred language. In this section, we will combine all the things that we learned as part of Cognito course, and we will utilize that to create this web application named ShareMyFiles. And in this application, authenticated users can upload files with unique key for each file, and then unauthenticated user and also other authenticated users can come and provide that unique key and email of the person who uploaded the file, and then they can download the file. So this is the high level overview or architecture of our application. Here we have two kind of users, guest user and logged in user or authenticated users. So authenticated users are those who log in using their password either by Userpool or Google as identity provider, and then they can use those credentials to talk to identity pool, and identity pool will give IAM credentials such that they can get and put to S3 bucket, and then they can get and put items from S3 bucket. However, guest users will directly talk to Cognito identity pool, and they will get only credentials, and they can only download the files. We know that with ID pool we can do something like this. So with ID pool we can have two kind of roles assigned to different type of users. So if it's random user, we can give them only read only roles, or for authenticated users, we can give them roles with edit permission. So this is the high level overview. Now let's set up the app on AWS. So you can head over to this Cognito course repo and then go to this ShareMyFile web app and let's create a React project. So npm okay. Now let's copy the required files to this folder from GitHub. First thing we need is env file to keep our environment variables, which we will create at root of this ShareMyFiles. So .env, and we will fill these values soon. Coming to source, we need to modify CSS files first. We will not go in much details. These are just simple CSS files. I will just copy paste it. So app.css and then index.css. Also, we are going to use certain dependencies, which are these 6 or 7 dependencies. Here we are using ODIC client TS and ODIC context library for managing OAuth flow for login purpose. These are for React DOM, and React AutoDOM, and these two libraries are AWS SDK to interact with S3 and identity pool. So just copy it and put it in package.json like this and save it. Or I guess let's keep React 19 like this, and again run npm to install the dependencies. Coming back to files again, so we need to modify main.jsx and app.jsx as well. So go to main.jsx, copy it, paste it here, and then app.jsx, copy and paste app.jsx, and then we have this auth.jsx also. Okay, I guess we are done for all files now. I will just quickly go through all files to explain how this React app is working. So this is the main.jsx file, and here we are configuring two routes. One is the main route where all the activity will happen, and this auth route is just for OAuth protocol, where Cognito will redirect with authorization code, and then we will exchange the code. And in main.js only, we are configuring the OAuth libraries. After that, we have auth.jsx, where user will be redirected after successful login on Cognito login page. And also we are creating our identity in ID pool if user is authenticated successfully. And this is authenticated is coming from useauth hook, which is part of ODIC context library. So coming to this architecture, we are like this, we are authenticating and then we are getting redirected to auth route, and then we are talking to Cognito to create identity. At this point we are not getting actual token, we are just getting the identity from ID pool. At latest stages we will get the credentials. Now coming back to main.js, we have a home route which is part of app.jsx. So in app.jsx we have mainly two sections. One section is shown only to authenticated users so that they can upload the files, and this is another section where we have login buttons. If user is authenticated, then show them sign out, else sign in, and this part is for downloading the files, which will be shown for both logged in and logged out users. And then we have one more file which I forgot to create, which is utils.js. So let's create it, because this is the file which will contain all our important code to talk to S3 and Cognito. So let's create utils, and here utils.jsx, and copy the code. And this file have these four important functions. So we already saw that as part of auth.jsx we are calling this getID function, and this getID function will create identity in ID pool. Another function we have is getIAM credentials, and this function will use the ID which we have and the credentials which we have from Cognito Userpool to get IAM credentials from identity pool. Means this is step where we use STS to get IAM credentials. So this function will handle for both scenario. If user is authenticated, then it will pass user pool specific token. If user is not authenticated, then it will just call the API to get only permissions. Then we have these two functions related to S3 to get and put files, and both are calling this credentials, getIAM credentials, to get necessary credentials before doing the operation. So this is overview of React application. You can go ahead and explore properly, and if you have some doubt, you can ask in the comments. Now let's go to AWS console and create necessary resources and populate the CNV file. So first thing first, we need user pool. Let's create user pool for single page application, and we need email. While creating single page application, we are creating public client, and here we need this thing. So I will not host React client in S3 bucket or CDN for now. So I'm using this local URL, but if you are using, if you are hosting it somewhere, then make sure to use that URL. And callback URL, we are using auth route. So this should be the URL. Now create it. URL contains invalid characters. Maybe space. Skip it. And let's see what we need. We have region here. We need Cognito user pool ID and domain. So this is user pool ID. And for domain, we can go to branding and then domain. Also, we need ID of the public client which got created. This one. Save it. And also let's rename it. Let's call share my file user pool to locate it easily. So we are done with this user pool. Google integration we will see later. Now let's go and create this ID pool and this S3 bucket. So go to AWS Cognito ID pool and create ID pool. We want both type of users. For authenticated users, we want to use Cognito user pool as identity provider. Now here we are at this step now, where we will have option to choose what role we want for guest user and what role we want for authenticated user. So let's enter. For authenticated user, I will call here my file. Let's call share my file user, and let's call this one share my file guest. And these are the default documents where only one action is allowed, which is Cognito identity get credentials for identity. And this action helps to use AWS SDS to create credentials that ID pool can return. So this necessary permission or action is already allowed for guest user, and for this authenticated user. For both users we need to add some more permissions, which we will go and add in IAM dashboard. So let's save it here. ID pool, we need to enter which ID pool we want to integrate, because we shared, so we want to use share my file, and then we will share our public client. We have only one client there. Everything else we can leave default, and ID pool name we need to pass. So let's call it share my file, and ID pool is always. Save it and create the identity pool. Go inside identity pool and copy ID of identity pool and paste it here. Now before we go and create S3 bucket, we need necessary permissions. So we need to configure, we have created these two roles, but we need to add the permissions, and these permissions we can find here under resources folder. We have these two policies. One is for guest user and one is for authenticated user. So I will go to IAM. Here only we can see under identity pool, I guess user access. Yeah, we can see here for authenticated user is share my file user. So I will click on this IAM role and edit. Maybe I will edit this one only. Policy name, edit, and from here I will copy this one, authenticated. For authenticated users, this one was already there. Here we have one more JSON object, and it will allow to get and put S3 object, and for which bucket we will add here. So let's go here and update it. Ideally we should have created the bucket also, so we can put the name here, but let's call it Cognito, or let's call it share my file 123. I'm sure this name will be available. If it's not available, I will come back here and edit whatever the name which we create. For now, let's save it with this name only. Saved. Now close this tab and go back to ID pool. We need to modify role for guest user also. So this is the guest user access. I will go here and copy this one. For guest user, we can see we have again this one extra object, but this time only get object permission is there. So let's edit the policy and put it here. Also, let's update the bucket name. So it's ShareMyFile123 and save. Now we are done with IAM roles. Next thing we need is S3 bucket. So let's click S3 and create bucket. Bucket name we want ShareMyFile123. Everything else we will leave default, and yeah, bucket name is available and it got created. Let's go back to our env file and update this ShareMyFile123 bucket name also. Now let's run the app and see if things are working. So copy the link and paste it here. Here I can see this place where I can download files, but let's sign in to upload the file as well. Here I need to create account quickly. Here I am successfully authenticated. Here token call happened, and now I have these tokens. I guess it's in session. Yeah, I have ID and access token. So let's again go back to network tab and upload the file. Also, let's change this password to something different and hit upload button. Here we got network error, which is because of the course. Since we are running our React client on localhost 5173, which is different origin as compared to S3, that's why we are getting this error. So fix of this is that we need to allow this origin in S3 bucket settings. For that, go to resources folder and find this file S3 bucket cause, copy the policy, go back to S3 S3 permissions and scroll down to the bottom and find this cause policy, and here paste the policy. Here allowed origin is localhost 5173. If you are hosting on some other domain, then make sure to update the correct one here. Also we need get and put for now. Let's save the changes, go back to objects, and let's retry to upload the file. This time file uploaded successfully, and secret to share is this. Let's go to S3 bucket, and here now we have file available. We can see that this is the file name, and last string like abc123 is the password which we passed, and from here to here is the hash of email ID of the user who uploaded the file. So now if someone wants to download this file, they must know this email and this extra string which will act as a password. So let's go and let's copy this URL and act as a guest user by opening private window, and now let's Cognito. So this is the email of the person who uploaded the file, and suppose if I try with wrong password, then it will give me 403 error. So I need to enter the correct password which I got after uploading the file. So this password will be whatever password I entered plus its extension of the file. Let's enter and download. So here I got the file and it's empty because I had not added any content in the file. Now let's close it. Coming back to the architecture, now we are able to log in and log in using Userpool and talk to ID pool, assume the role and download and upload the file. So as authenticated user also, I will be able to download the file. Here I have to just do like this and download. So here also I'm able to download file. Similarly, as guest user, I can't upload the file, but I'm able to download file using this role. Now let's add this Google as identity provider for our Cognito user pool. So let's go to user pool and ShareMyFile user pool. Under extensions or under social and external providers, we can see identity providers, and here we have Google. Now we need to configure OAuth client from Google side and get these details. So let's go to console.cloud.google.com/auth. Okay, let's replace by auth and we will open Google Auth platform. Let's create new project. Here are my files. Let's leave it empty. And once project is created, we can select it and yeah, it's ready. Selected. Now let's go to clients. It started. App name is ShareMyFiles. Support email is this. Next, audience will be external because user pool is supposed to use it. Email Cognito course internet. Next, agree, continue, date. Now we can, after configuring branding, we can create auth client. So let's create it. Application type will be web application and authorized redirect URI. So authorized redirect URI needs to be here somewhere. We can see here registration instruction. It should be your user pool domain and then IDP response. So copy it, paste it, and user pool domain, this one we can also get from dashboard, but let's copy it and copy and paste till here. Yeah, so it's this thing and then OAuth to IDP response. That's it. Create the client and then update it here. So this is the client ID and then client secret. So copy it here and so scope. So it's open ID, email, file. For mapping, we want map to email and email verified status to email verified here. And there is one more thing, username with sub, yeah, this one. Now let's add identity provider, and we can see Google is available here. Now it's configured at user pool level. Let's go at client level, and under login pages we can edit the login page, and identity provider we can select Google, which we just configured, and save it. Now if I see here login option is available. Let's go by app. Okay, here it's saying invalid because here I have not configured logout URL. So let's configure that as well, and it will take some time to reflect. 4 or 5 minutes it will take. Meantime, let's go to login page. So it will ask to sign in. Now I'm in the Google in the Cognito page, and Google option is available. Let's sign in, and sign in using email, Google account. It redirected me to my app with code, and now I'm successfully logged in with Google. Let's test this also. So I will put some value here, test 1 2 3, and let's rename this file to something. Let's call test ABC and put it here, and hit the upload. File is uploaded. Close this. Okay, S3 is closed, but second file should be available. Let's open S3 bucket and see it. And here second file is available. Now let's open incognito tab again, and download the file. So this is username, and this is the password. Yeah, file got successfully downloaded. Now let's go back to our ID pool and see how many users are created there. So here we can see that we have 2 identities through user pool, and 2 are unauthorized identities. So let's go to identity browser, and these 2 are one is which we logged directly using user pool, and this is the one which we logged using Google. So these 2 are authenticated users which got created in identity pool, and these 2 are the guest users which we logged in the incognito window and downloaded the file. So we have detail of identities available here. So this is for this Cognito course. Hope you find it insightful. If you have some doubt, please leave in the comment, and thanks for watching.